Hey. So the bot calls are taking some profits. Don't get Grim 2 started, please. $6K this week? Not yet. Interesting bounce, given that there was no bounce back in the dollar, but a little bit of a snapback in yields. I'm assuming the Fed speakers said something because trade shit with China was going south earlier today. So what time's the bond auction? I think it's 1 o'clock. No, 6 and 9. 20 years on Wednesday, right? Yeah, 20 years Wednesday. 1. So 11:30 bond auctions, and then Logan speaking at 1:15. Kashkari at 1:30. Not a ton of support here. Most of the upside driven by bot calls. There's still bot calls at 35 and 25, but bot puts coming in at 25 and 20. A few bot calls came into the upside at 45, or bot puts came into the upside at 45 and 50. Need to. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Need to a shout out for hooking you up. 53K volume on 350C Fubo Weekly. Any idea if those are sold or bought? Most likely sold, right? Probably, yeah. We don't have it. I don't. We don't track intraday data on Fubo, so currently, no. But I would say probably sold, given the vol profile and everything from yesterday. Take a look at our dot plot, looking pretty bearish for the week. Anything changed since then? No. It's mostly a random guess at how much impact there would be from the debt downgrade, which is a bit more significant overnight. Kind of needed to lose 58.75 before market open, which we didn't. The vertical price action in the wrong direction offended me. Not gonna lie, the open was pretty sweet for straddles. UNH is holding 300. Nice. Thank you for elevating the pores, Nisi. It's a little bit of support here. I don't know if it's going to hold or if these 35 calls are going to take profit. There's a bit of a synthetic long, synthetic short open at 5,900 here. Not huge, like 600 contracts. Some bot puts coming in at 40. Probably going to see a lower high. Definitely a bit of support at the 30 strike. Still being pretty aggressive with the put selling though. Failed to fill the rest of the gap to the upside of the 59.55. Trump's began a call with Putin. Hmm. Is this the rescue mission, or is the market trying to price in something here? Given the timing of the Moody's announcement, it's definitely possible that it's just a bid to try to recapture positioning that got bailed on Friday. But I feel like recapturing that positioning would create stability. So uh, it may be one thing that leads to another. There's really not a lot of interest out to 50 yet right now. That could change, but at least so far it doesn't look like there's too much. Yields are way higher in the overnight session. Interestingly, though, dollar didn't really crawl back very much, uh, even with the drop in yields. Correlation rose pretty sharply. I think maybe that's the most interesting thing is that there's no There's no dispersion being pushed here. I have a hard time trusting the like call-driven upside bounces. They tend not to. They tend not to be very stable. Fed fund futures are mostly unchanged. So is the bear steepener. Bear steepener is still up like 15%, which is roughly where it was overnight. You're telling me my Cubs have a chance? I mean, I don't know why you would have them, but possibly. It really depends on profit taking on the call side, because that's what's gonna erode the floor here. I'm in a bad month. I mean, based on what you've told me every day, I would say probably stop shorting the market above gamma neutral. Market's being funky right now. I don't know if it's the kind of news that needs to be digested or if it's a nothing burger. I have a hard time believing everybody wasn't rating their margin in AAA. Yeah, I mean, okay. Agreed, it's funky. But there's usually, I mean, usually shit like that has a few days. There's no world in which a ratings downgrade is a good thing. Um, but it also isn't like an immediate impact thing necessarily. It's not like primes are gonna go out to everybody and be like, "Oh, fucking margins downgraded, load up now, or we're gonna call you." Right? They're gonna tell them to load up over the next few days. Then, if they can't meet those margin requirements, that's when you run into trouble. That's what happened to Lehman. It was like 2 days after the ratings downgrade. They had a little bit of time before they got fucked. And given the changes to the regulatory environment since 2008, I'm sure it's only more forgiving now than it was. You can short it using Gamma Strike when you have a decent entry. Yeah, sure. There's uh there's an opportunity for short-term puts. Always. Even in the most bullish markets. But you have to be very careful and very good at trading to take those chances. CRE charts and Pickles picks are awesome. Which ones? Oh, the fucking where they rolled all of the yeah, they rolled a bunch of the commercial backed mortgage securities out to 2025 from 2024. They were doing a lot of work behind the scenes to keep the banks from collapsing that they didn't tell anyone about, which is what the Fed usually fucking does, to be honest. Alright, let's see if we get some more profit taking here. It's a little bit of put buying at spot. More puts being bought to the downside. 95, 5900, 905, 910. Looks like the 5920 puts increased. Still supportive calls at 35, 25. But haven't capitulated yet. Some of the 30, 40 calls closing. More bot puts at 40. It's a little bump in vol if we get back under 35 here. 30 still slightly supportive. 15 and 10 are support to the downside of that. No strike not showing put OI. Where? Can you send me a screenshot or something? Let's see if we slip these bot calls. I think that would be kind of interesting. Some of the 35 calls are finally closing, but not nearly enough of them. There goes some more. Another money bot puts are at 20 and 15. Dirty's a little supportive. Probably want to see if we get rejected around 35 here. As the next leg down. If the rest of the bot calls at 35 take profit on the retest, I could open up some more downside. Not very many puts closed on that. You guys could go ahead and like the stream. That'd be fantastic. Although I do appreciate that it's at 69 likes. This doesn't need to be your friend. You should only need to be in the Discord. As long as you're in the Discord, you should be able to send it to me. Is it on a specific stock? Like, if you could just tell me how to replicate it. I'm happy to report that my sourdough starter is alive. Oh, God. Fuck you, dork. Live data's having issues. Trying to reach out to our full stack to resolve. It's been running pretty well, as far as I can tell. I don't think he's talking about live data. Alright, 35 calls are back in the money here. It's bulls are rugging themselves a little bit here. Hmm. Alright. This is fucking really slow. Support is getting weaker here, though. There's a synthetic long at 50, which is not supportive here. But it's growing. Or maybe it was already in place from Friday. No, it's coming in now. Hmm. Hmm. It's a test of the consolidation here. Rejected. This is not updating. Hmm. getting like desynced a little bit. It's up to date now. Strange. I was settled for big oof. This slide's 59.30. How far could we slide? Not that far, I don't think. 15 maybe. 15 or 20. Right now we're kind of on a trajectory for a break to the upside, but it's very low volume. Maybe that we failed a test of the trend on NQ. Even though seems like ES and SPX peaked above it. NQ doesn't quite look as strong. Moody. Pulled back to 394 and then bounced a little on NQ. Still no volume. ES volume shit too. I think bulls would want volume to pick up here a little. The 35 calls are back in the money. There's far fewer of them than there were. If those in the 25 start closing, that's when the downside opens up. But they have to capitulate. I'd want to see like gamma at the 25 strike flip negative probably. The exposure. It's still a little bit positive. I get another little bump in volatility here. Failed breakout. Interesting. What the fuck are they selling puts? They're not really. 50. Left a gap to the downside at 37.54 right here. Right there. It's a very small one, but it's there. Hmm. Hmm. The video head and shoulders. VIX is still high from Friday's close. It seems like netting off before a big dump. It does kind of feel that way. VIX isn't nearly as high as it was this morning, though. Well, Jeff asked me today if I want to hire an assistant, or I thought about saying yes. I can't give my team any insight into my calendar and how little work I do some days. I just saw this headline: polyamorous couple rearranges Funko Pop collection to impress new third. I hate it here. Where's here? Like, good for them. So about 12,000 October, 50.25, 51.25, 50 million notional. It's a decent sized position. Cheapo printed too much money. Yeah. Filled the downside gap, I think. Yeah, we did. The 50 synthetic long is so weird. It's shrinking too. Just doesn't make any sense to open a synth long above Vega neutral. Maybe they don't know. A bit brute force. Also just puts the long a shitload of puts at 59.50. Which is actually, I think, causing more down pressure than any of the positioning at spot. 1 second. Alright. That'd be really cool if this didn't break up. Jesus. Should I short this? I fucking hate it. Bot puts at 40 still. And still about 600 calls left at 35. Another 700 at 25. Just providing a little bit of that downside delta. This is just not right at all. Okay, that's wrong. Hmm. I'm at 25's almost negative now. If this is gonna get rugged, that's probably where we're gonna see some indication of it. 30 gamma falls, so slightly higher than 35, and then this goes negative. Hmm. Hmm. So 40s, I don't think 40 is that supportive. Some more bot pets coming in at 40 now, too. A little bit at 30. Okay. Some bot pets going in the money. Hmm. So they're selling the 35 put. Hmm. This is taking forever. Bulls aren't giving up anything. They're not. They're not building like a lot of shit out of the money, but they're not giving up any of their in the money positioning right now. It's frozen. Hmm. Anything major happened over the weekend? I had my head in the sand. Moody's downgraded U.S. debt to AA1 on Friday in aftermarket. We're at 37 right now. I don't know how there it goes. Seems like someone fucked with one of the pipelines. Breakout on ES has almost failed. Which isn't a great look. Just hasn't failed quite yet. Retested the trend at the bottom of this wick on the 5-minute. I don't know if that's going to drive the bulls to capitulate, because the last failure didn't, but it's got a better shot of it than anything else. There's still some put selling going on. Although this close to VN, I'm not really sure it's very effective in buoying price. Is Moody's a nothing burger or macro is a problem? No, it's a big deal, but it takes time to be realized. I think you mean AAI? No, I mean AA1. Are you making an AI joke? You know, it'd be really fucking crazy if S&P came out and downgraded us to AA. Yeah, that'd be tight. It would be tight. More tiny head and shoulders here. Again. I'm gonna retest at 40. Short bets have not stopped yet. Shit, 1 second. Gamma at 25, getting pretty close to negative now. I'm still watching that for the bulls closing out positioning. I'd like to see this setup that we have here. Okay, gamma at 25 is negative. Like, I want to see 25 negative, 30 below 35. And we're starting to get that. It's negative. It's a start. Barely. It's barely negative, but it is. It is negative. Six-month had a tail. Okay, that's kind of interesting, I guess. Oh, that's a big fat tail. Okay. Um, well, that's very interesting. Scope ratings came out and said Trump proposed reductions in discretionary funding for 2026, higher expected revenue from tariffs, and is unlikely to significantly lower budget deficit. Iran says, no matter how much they repeat it, our position won't change. Our stance is clear. We will continue enrichment. 51.5% of the bid at high on the 6-month auction. Yes, retesting 59.60 here. Pretty far above VWAP. VWAP's down at like 59.35. Tested the synthetic long. Fuck. Is the synth long? We're not clear of bearish positioning, but getting above the synthetic long would stabilize things. Probably enough for the in the money shit to take profit. Still no volume on futures, which is weird. One second. Hmm. Problem with synthetic longs is they're not very supportive of price action underneath them. He said don't buy puts, but nearly everything else was bearish. Later, how did you not make money? Yeah. Puts could be a little better here, but still risky. At least it's too early in the day for us to get pinned to the gamma. Fucking calls at 35 and 25 are still there. Hmm. I don't know how much value a Vega put would be. I mean, you need something to break for vol to climb substantially enough, especially with the way they're priced right now. They're not exactly cheap. Jesus fucking Christ. 1 second. Never mind. Double top? On what time frame? On futures? We'd have to move up more. Still haven't tested 75. Yearly. I feel like any sell side with some momentum would be interesting here if we could get some. Gonna need to lose more than one fucking strike though. There's a little bit of a bump in volatility on that, but not a lot. Some bot puts coming in 40, 35, 30. The fucking in the money calls are still there. I don't know if they're gonna close those things. Okay, so the breakout failed. Basically no move in VWAP on the upside, so no volume up there. Forty, 38, 35, and 32 are all important supports. I can't tell if the gamma's going down. No, the gamut of the downside is dropping. There's like in the money profit taking. It's just very slow and shitty. Trying to get a dump US debt even harder now that their economy is officially in the pooper. Maybe. The weirdest thing was China balked at some of the trade sanctions this morning. And it's not getting talked about at all. What's up, Nuke? I mean, the BOJ just needs to fucking hike rates. it's they've done a lot to protect volatility and treasure like FX markets, but eventually, I mean, the pressure seems to only be getting worse for them. Balked. Yes, there you go, Maeve. Gurk, my UNH 900Cs are going up. What mean? What do? The downgrade might be kind of good for them. I mean, not for their 40-year bonds, but UNH tends to do really well in like risk off scenarios. I know. Did you see the spy candle? Obviously not. That was a lot of volume. Oh, interesting. That is not printing to the broker tape. I fucking love Gamma Strike. I'm so happy I can pop in this stream and not feel like I'm alone. Penguin, my real friends, fellow degenerates. It's on WeBull. Is it? There's volume on WeBull, but no wick down to 58.88. Any idea on what it was? Hmm. Probably a trade that got processed out. Brokers do a lot of filtering on order flow. So it's just on the shitty version of Weeble? Interesting. Yeah, free data. Shows up on Thinkorswim. I could check Fidelity. Weeble right there. It's not showing up. Refresh it? No. Yeah, it's on Fidelity. Weird. Is it on TradingView? It's on TradingView too. That's fucking strange. Jamie Dimon had some comments. We're going to allow clients to buy Bitcoin, but we won't custody it. I wouldn't take stagflation for the US economy off the table. We lost some business with global clients choosing local lenders since tariffs, and there's an extraordinary amount of complacency over US debt and trade policies. Microsoft announced they're bringing Musk's AI models to its cloud. Microsoft and Tesla. Grok 3, which Musk's AI outfit introduced earlier this year, will be available on Microsoft's cloud computing platform, the company said on Monday. I don't know what the fuck it means. It seemed pretty literal. Grok 3 will be available on Microsoft's cloud computing platform. The candle was a single 800 share trade at 11:55:01 on the DF exchange. Nothing to see here. JFresh has just declared stocks go up. Ooh. Is that my put signal? What? I have to sell my put first. His eye's damaged. What if that means he's right now? Oh, fuck. Oh, it's too much risk. Maybe I just straddle. Him and his damn cone eye. Give bulls one more try at 50. Yeah, they could. Still seems stupid to lever up into a like synth long above VN. Selling puts up here is not great. We're above VN on the monthly. Like a couple bucks. Now we're back below it. Another crazy spy candle? Let's see. Let me see if I see it. Oh, alright. I see it on TradingView. What the fuck? I feel like there's some bid-ask spread problems. Anything that's going on out of the money with the bid ask on SPX. Not really. It's pretty common in pre-market, but yeah, during market hours, it's a bit weird. Maybe that's what SPX might do. Well, if bulls had closed some of their in the money positioning, it could fall. But otherwise, I think we just keep chopping here. There's a little bit of support at 40. I don't know, there's a little bit of support at 30 still. And so far, no fucking profit taking in the money positions. There's bot puts at 45 and at 55 on either side of the massive synthetic long that's at 50, which has shrunk a bit, but is still like 2,700 contracts. Those calls are Gherks. No. It's the dealers short the puts, short Vega. It'll be possible at some point for GS to have live data for varying DTEs. It's possible, but there's not a lot of point. The vast majority of the trading that occurs is on the closest contract. The thesis from the hot tub stream was that the impact of the ratings downgrade would be more intense. So far, the market seems to not give a shit. Well, at least since market open this morning. But it could take a few days for that to play out. Yeah, for now. Gotta love it. US debt downgrade. China not playing nice with trade. Full bull. I mean, technically we're down from Friday's close still. They're just selling CCs and whatever you want to hold through this. If there's liquidity, yeah. What's about we get another downgrade from S&P when the tax cut bill passes? If it passes. I don't know if they can keep this propped up over 59.50. The last test of 59.50 led to about 1,200 contracts closing out. There's about 2,800 left on the Simplon. So far, we've held the trend on ES, and we still haven't tapped Friday's close there, which is up at like 59.75. I still think it'd make a lot more sense as a rescue mission if we got back to Friday's close. But we're still a bit of a ways off from there. So still a $5 gap that's untouched. Hmm. I'm long puts here. It seems like a terrible fucking idea. So SPY. There's like weird wicks on Nvidia, SPY, Tesla. How far below a strike do we know it's lost? $5 under 5,900 this morning, but it wasn't lost. I mean, it was. It's just there was support at 95. Did I miss anything? There seem to be some like liquidity issues in the bid ask and a bunch of shit, but other than that, no, not much. Bull's holding on for dear life to in the money positioning. A low volume drop could lead to some interesting liquidity gaps. Yeah. So could a high volume drop. It'd be very interesting seeing ES like retest VWAP today. I think the upside price action has been consistent, but it's very low volume, super fucking weak. The incremental gains have been kind of shit. The only thing propping it up is the lack of profit taking in the money. 25 flip negative on Gamma already. It's like 30's getting pretty close. You don't need to hire a personal sourdough technician for me if you want any more progress on 3.0. My mind is spinning with ideas. Are they all about sourdough? It's just growing in 5950. I mean, yeah, as time elapses, but it looks like the sold put positioning at 5950 is kind of starting to erode, but the bought call positioning is picking up. I don't think we're doing anything unless someone takes profits or someone buys a shitload more out of the money calls. Bulls need to stop trying to sell fucking puts above VN because that's not really getting them anywhere. There needs to be a bread thread in general chat. There's Cornichon Cordon Bleu. About two 5960 calls. Is that enough? You did it, Crypto. You broke the market maker. Congratulations. I just want something to fail or break to the upside so I can buy a fucking position. There needs to be a tech thread given how many software engineers there are here. Possibly.
That's only for Thanksgiving, bud. Working on $50 account challenge. Grew it to 700 so far within several weeks. Okay. What the fuck did you buy for $50? I bought two 59.35 puts to counter those calls he bought. You guys are just ensuring that we go nowhere. My sister just graduated from the baking course at Le Cordon Bleu in Paris. What questions do you guys have for Brad? Can you ask her when Dork's gonna get cracking on version 3? And why he's being so crusty about it? Hmm. Hey, that's a thing. Left a gap at 50. It's right there. Gap's almost filled. Short. Is there any chance this gap doesn't fill? Fill the gap and doesn't keep going to Valhalla? Um, I feel like getting over 60 would be very hard, but I'm kind of more interested in if the gap doesn't fill. Like the incentive to take profit on the 25s and the 35 calls that have been supporting all of this is pretty high here. And we're not far enough above the. I don't even know if we have enough room above the synthetic long for it to become supportive. Like the synthetic long would be supportive out above like 59, 60, 65. Um, but here it's not. It's just a big fucking pile of gamma. So there's probably some incentive to take profit on that too. Very hard to sell puts up here. They cause the market maker to shed delta. Hmm. You feel the downside gap? NQ's got some decent profit taking going on. Pulled back like $30. Retesting the 21,450 level. It's another failure to fill the upside gap. Still left like $1 gap there. $1.50. Friday near the money puts too early. I don't hate that. That sounds like more like something I would do. Gurk. I now have UNH 1000 Cs. You could have just got the 300s when it was trading at 250. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. sitting on fucking 50. Awesome. All right. This fucking piece of shit. Smaller. I bought the like the big ass Noctua cooler for my computer, and it was it wouldn't fit. It was like 1 millimeter clearance in the case, so I had to take the entire fucking computer apart again yesterday, which was just a blast. What the fuck are these people? Stop calling me. So I got the smaller one. I'm hoping it fucking fits. You try moving the fans? Yeah, it did. I mean, it fit, but there's like 1 millimeter of clearance between the cooling tower and the glass. And then it fucking like hung over the RAM. It was just too big. Like the new motherboards, the fucking like space around the chip is tiny. So, who gives a shit? Are you taking your PC off-roading? I need clearance, Dork. What if there's vibrations? Alright, I got the littler one. That's fine. This one's nice. Moving the fans works for the taller RAM. The RAM fit. It was just very tight. And I had like the edge of the fans rested on the back plate of the video card because the NVIDIA 5000 series or Jeff the Pickle, welcome to Diner. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Is that a build from PC Master Race? No. But I could post it there when I'm done. No, it's nothing special. Some of the boards don't like big chips. It's not the size that matters, it's how effectively and efficiently you use it. That sounds like bullshit. M5 is a normal size. It's just the coolers that are big. No, the fucking space between the chip and the RAM is way smaller than the AM4. I still don't understand why you care. I don't want plastic fans on the backplate of my GPU. Like, the fans were on the backplate. The cooling tower wasn't, but the fans were. I'll send you pictures if you want, Dork. You'll see what I'm talking about. Where the Oh, gap filled. Uh, 5970 calls being sold, 5950 calls bought, 60 calls bought. So puts at 50 or dealer long. Hmm. Looking to get stopped out here. 59.58 was Friday's close, right? $9.50 supportive now? No, not really. Also, profit taking on the 9.50 is like probably a big risk factor here, given that it's still basically the largest position on the chain. Above this, mostly sold calls. 60, 65. A shitload of sold calls at 70. Right now, some of the 9.50 puts are being bought back. But, there's calls bought out to the upside up to like 85. Gold's still up and dollar's still down. But yields are modulating. Even with the massive tail on the 6 month. Gap at 59.57. Below us. NQ's still a little bit red on the day. Let's see, it's 1 o'clock now. Putin memorandum with Ukraine may include truce terms. Trump's call with Putin is over. One second. Still a gap to the downside. Synthetic long at 50 gets supportive right around here. So if we don't fail to break out of the weekly VN, uh, call still selling at 70. I think we're pretty close to the top at 65.70 here. Maybe I'll sell some calls. 75. I guess I'll have to see how the Trump call went. Are we gonna get like a presser or anything? Cap at 57. Right there. Yeah. So 5,900, 58, 50 sold puts or buying to close. I don't think they're doing it in very significant numbers. Maybe like 58.75 is, but the rest don't look like they are. At least over the last like 15 minutes. Still some bot calls at 65. 70's really heavily sold. A lot of sold calls. There's some bot calls to the upside of 70. 75, 85. Some puts coming in at 65, but slowly. Yeah, I think some of the out of the money sold calls. Maybe not. No, probably just more sold puts. Next significant upside test for ES is 6K. Still really low volumes. This is a little better. Still very low compared to this morning. How much of this upside here is just the dealer bid? Still a gap, $10 below us. Did you hear about the Moody's upgrade? The effect on margin will take a few days, depending on how impactful it is, but it'll still be a couple days. Hmm. Still no significant profit taking. Quite a lot of bot puts building up at 65, but still long calls at 60. Still a shitload of short calls at 70. Failing on 59.50 now? Or just because we cruised above it? I don't see any calls getting pulled back. Well, not very many. Some of the 40 and 50 calls, but very few. Like 500 at each, 600 at each. Still like 2,200 calls there. 30, 3,100 sold puts. Some bot puts coming in at 70, 75. And still more bot puts at 65. Although I don't know if that would drive a very big failure. I guess if we lost 60. Hmm. Momentum on a downside move could get interesting, I guess. I still don't think this is going much higher than where we're at. At least not right now. Maybe if more of the short calls pull back. Is the market pricing in turning on the money printer? Because that's the only way out of this. We're not at turning on the money printer yet, but we're probably getting close with the cap on treasuries. The debt ceiling is not being resolved quickly, which is a large part of the Moody's downgrade. And we're about to pass a tax cut bill that'll only make our deficits worse. Still have a gap at 57. This MMA and trading app called Clown Show. I mean, the bulls got a good open. We held 5,900 support on ES. It's not like bears were well positioned for Moody's to downgrade our bonds. What's for lunch? I don't know. Hmm. Charter were pretty supportive there. Gamma falls off a cliff under 50 though. $59.70 synthetic short. Bot calls at 85. Calls being bought back at 85. 605. Still a lot of bot puts at 65. Some bot puts coming in at 60. A few. Bot call support at 60 still. I still wonder if this is closing out upside positioning that was open Friday. Did you get WeBull Premium? No. I don't know if I trade enough on there to make it worthwhile. Don't cry for me, I hedged. I just want to see us dump into close, because why not? Yeah, it's not invalid. I mean, support's at least thin. Kind of thin. Still gonna have that pesky MM buying the dip, though. RRP 180. Hmm. I hope we get some positions today, because I have a feeling we could see some bearish headlines for China and Japan this week. And who knows when Trump will want to fire JPOW again. So far he's kept his mouth shut, mostly. I mean, he had a couple comments, but they were retracted within the same statement. How supportive is 59.50? It's not very supportive if we lose 62. It's supportive here. Right now it's spot and above us. But it's not, and that trims as the day progresses. Um, but below here, it kind of starts to be a lot less supportive. It's supportive at the strike, but not above or below it. It's actually a little bit more supportive. It's a little bit more supportive below it than it is above it. Although I'm more concerned with them trying to reposition at 60 than the 50 strike. What's your take on the 16.3 million and deep in the money 125 puts on GME? Are they being sold? 125 puts? How many? Yeah? Hmm. Deep in the money 125 puts. Yeah, there's still a gap at 57. I don't think getting support here is that great, though. For the downside, at least. So you got a lower high. Hmm. 16.3 million. Deep in the money puts. Isn't that what they used to do on the Philly exchange? I don't know. It's a short position, so it's. It's the MSTR trade. Did Cohen issue the convertibles already? You wouldn't think GME IV would be high enough to make it worthwhile. I guess they have to hedge them no matter what, but. Holy shit, this is boring. 50K, 270, and 340 Cs for July. Spread? DAX at all-time high. Hmm. I wonder if that's because of the pump in the euro. It's above ask, all of it. Giant block trade. Hmm. Could be in the money, although it kind of makes sense for it to be like a bear spread. Demographics is a looming issue with few answers. Yeah, that's true. It's an issue that's slightly further out, but all right.
Hmm.
Still haven't filled the gap. But if this test 65 fails, maybe we'll pick up some more profit taking. Probably worth keeping an eye on. So boring. 130? We don't start moving, we're not fucking stuck here. What do you think Dr. Burry is mostly short NVIDIA? I don't think he is. I think his 13Q was published before the market dropped. Vien's a little bitch. If all it takes are a couple bot calls to push through it. It's not that Vien's impermeable. It's that selling puts above it pulls price action down. Yeah, the US leading index does. What's going on? Just could be some illiquidity in the spreads. We're not at close yet, Nick. BTC miners, considering BTC's around 105, in my opinion, it looks like it hit 120. 25-30% short interest in miners like Riot, assuming data supply capacity is actually needed and not oversupplied. What? Is that in response to something else? I mean, how much Bitcoin is Riot sitting on? And usually they just sell their Bitcoin, so the value of future Bitcoin doesn't really matter. My 5950p print? Possibly. I don't think that's out of the question for us to pull back to 50 or even like 45. There is a gap down there still. Or just don't fucking waste your time with it because it's not that good of a trade. And 3 seconds later, plummet to 0. Yeah, nice try, Kenny. Wait, what? Trade of the day was calls it open. Why didn't you guys make money? Well, I said not to buy puts. Buying all those 50s for yourself? I have a couple. What I did that was really important was that I shorted ES at 59.85, and I've still really not made any money. No futures on GS. No CME. Not yet. Probably not for a while. Puts are really good in the pre-market. That's because you're just watching the Sunday stream. You're not reading the actual analysis. We have money from puts open on Friday, and then Lost all the gains. I don't understand why people don't read the in-depth analysis on Pickle's picks with all the levels on the chart. I don't know. I think people do. I mean, not Notson, because he's not a billionaire, but the predictions on the Sunday stream are literally just me, JFresh, and Dork trying to beat each other on the spread at the end of the week. I try to keep it in line with at least one thesis, but predicting anything that far out is with any degree of accuracy fades. We did go down overnight, like a bunch. Just Bulls managed to hold support. Now, I will say that on this bounce, Bears might reposition. Because I don't think Bears were prepared for a drop at all. Like if you looked at like the data from Friday, there was fucking no positioning below 5,900 at all. Just fucking nothing. That's why I became a billionaire. Oh, makes sense. Except for that SPX 5120 call during the crash. That was prophecy. That was pretty fucking sick. I think there's a big difference between reading Pickle's picks, comprehending it, and actioning it. Probably. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I gotta enjoy doing all three innately because I'm the one writing it. This fucking 60 support is pissing me off. I really don't want to get stopped out of my ES contracts. I guess I could widen my stop a bit. Maybe this thing will actually fucking dump. Big 60, that means the trend has failed, right? Hmm. Is it gonna be at 60? Hold on. I think we need to. Yeah, I mean, like, if we fill the gap, the trend has failed. I don't think 60 does it. 60 does it over the short term, but the intraday trend we need to drop a little bit like, lower. I don't like the 15-minute. We need to lose ES like 59.75. NQ 21.5. I think would be pretty interesting. Yeah, but just 60 not enough. 57. Let me find out if the synth long at 50 will act as support or not. I am fucking massively over leveraged here. Okay. What's up? Fail to retest at 60 and then lose 57. Gap to the downside still not filled. Back from Vietnam. Who wants Nikes? What's up, Wolf? The ES trend is starting to. Well, it's testing right now. Hasn't failed yet. Starting to fail a little. SPX trend is just testing though. NQ actually still has a ways to go before it breaks its trend. It's down at like 21,490. 92. NQ's back to flat on the day here. So close to filling the gap. Almost. Yes, filled the trend. NQ hasn't yet. Filled the gap. So now we could go up, right? No, this could continue down, but I'm no longer over leveraged, which is fantastic. This is kind of the break point. So if we lose this, we can test 50. Probably going to test 50. And then we have to see what happens at 50. 50 is still the synthetic long. So either bulls are going to come in there to support it or they're going to start pulling it back. If they start pulling it back, there's not a lot of support. But I mean, with the way the rest of today has gone, I would expect them to support their positioning there. Also, NQ is just failing its trend now. I should switch over to NQ. It's got better price action today than ES. ES still holding 59.75. Testing 57. Let's see what's going on out of the money. Still support at 50 and 40. A lot of sold puts still at 50, but the bot calls have trimmed pretty significantly. Sold calls above spot at 60. Bot puts that came in 65, 70. I think those are bought to close though. There's a few bot puts coming in at 55, not very many. A few hundred bot calls. Most of the call side of the synthetic long is closed, but the put side has grown. So it's hard to tell if that's going to be supportive. It'll be more supportive than if the calls had stayed open. $50 still like net 1,200 calls, 3,600 puts on the synthetic long. It's like a 50% ratio. Today'd be a perfect day for a 6 sigma move to the downside. I mean, this late in the day, that's just like a retest to 5,900. Actually put some pressure on the bulls. Hmm. Whenever I'm feeling sad, I turn on the stream and look into your beautiful, manly Centaurian eyes and know everything will be okay. Thanks, Yeslander. I'm glad I can be here to do that. What's up, Gilgamesh? One of us will print. Wait, are you long? I'm already up a tiny bit. Honestly, I feel like I've lost a couple IQ points following today's price action. I don't know. I feel like this doesn't not make sense. It's just that I would expect it to turn into like a rout of the bullish positioning at some point this week because bears were just unprepared for the negative news. Another question on Discord? Yeah, sure. What's up? I bet wicked over 2% today. I mean, I don't think it matters if I bet it's a spot ETF. It just means that it's tuned to track spot. That doesn't mean it always will. But there've been weird wicks down on everything today. Probably out of the money positioning, breaking the spread on supports. It's hard to imagine that the debt downgrade doesn't turn into a risk off. And I think that kind of behavior would explain all of the fucking weird wicks to the downside we're seeing on the Qs and SPY and all of that. I've been hanging in the Bayou and NOLA for 5 days. Seems like Moody's may have sharded in the Bulls hats. Maybe. Ooh. Are we actually gonna push down a little? I'm already up on my NQ short here. NQ's losing ground a lot faster than ES today. It doesn't really have any support till like 21 445, 450. I guess 21 maybe a little. Tiny bounce though. Actually, some decent volume on NQ here. We tested 21 481. ES retested 75 and failed. Let's see if there's some support. Okay. Some bot calls at 55. Kind of holding this up right now. But still bot puts to the upside 65 and 70. Both now synthetic short at those strikes. Sold calls at 60. Yeah, this is definitely pressuring that lower support. I have to see if bulls come in here to try to protect 50 or not.
Ooh, interesting. New low on EQ. Yes, tested 70. A little bit of support there too. It seemed very strong. Some bot puts coming in at 45. Hmm. Tick and vol. Some short puts pulling back. Slipping 50 a little bit. Nice. Back to VN.
Well, this is fun. Oh. Hmm. Lower low on NQ. It's still holding 65 on ES. Support to the downside on ES is at 52 and then 27. I mean, I actually think 52 is really an established. Well, I guess it's kind of an established support. This ES tested the two for 21 450. If this test at 50 fails, it's probably pretty bearish. It's going to be an important one. Yeah, still some bot puts at 45. Some of the short puts at 50 getting squeezed off. Bunch more of the calls closing. McConnerberry, thank you so much, man. Uh, welcome, Big Footprint. Oh, Gab, Mike. Big ball short. But now resistance at 55, 57. Sold puts were at 50 and 40. Some at 20. Hmm. It's interesting that correlation didn't recover to where it was Friday. Like core 1 and 3 month both look kind of shitty. It's still up like 17% on the day. So it's possible that the downgrade spooked the dispersion trade in tech a little bit. UGI is the definition of big dick energy. There's got some news today about LNG exports. I think that was kind of good for them. Pickle jar is the best. That's nice, man. Thanks. Anyone have sauce on JPM WF BOA downgrade? Wait, what? Moody's downgraded JPM, B of A, and Wells long-term debt as well. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they're the same. So, Bit of a failed bounce here. And the retest of 50. This could actually get kind of spicy. Downside support sucks. I feel like moving down and testing the flips would be a big deal. What downside support? Valid. I mean, this is where bulls need to build that support if they're going to. There's still some vol shorting. Hmm. Bob puts at 55 and 45 still. Some of the puts at 50 are starting to shift towards bot as well. Okay, my 40 is now negative. Selling these puts here is pretty risky, I think. They might get it, but it's very tight. Selling puts above VN in general is a shitty idea. How often do you add to your winners on short-dated options? Depends on the price target. Stop spooking me. I'm not spooking you. Bulls are selling a lot of puts above VN, which is, not great. Doesn't mean they can't win out. It's just risky. Did Fubo clear 350 yet? Fubo gets spicy if it gets over 350. Otherwise, what I said yesterday still holds. Every time this happens, I establish support at the critical failure strike. Yeah, that's what you should expect. I mean, we're in a positive gamma environment. One sec. All right. What's all about? VIX under 18. A lot of put selling. Expect VM to move up overnight. It's probably moved up a little. Although, I think if something's going to move it up, it's probably going to be put selling higher above spot. Which there isn't a ton of. NQ is still a bit short of retesting 21.5. But ES got back over 59.75 for a second. Like no bot calls to the upside here. It's all sold. Yeah, short-dated scalps that I mean to get in and out of quickly keep turning into bag holding. Last week, this week, a lot of them were because of greed. Can you give some advice on beating greed? Yeah, I mean, the easiest way to do it is to set firm take profit and stop loss levels. Um, because then, that's out of your control. Ideally, when you place the order, um, that way your risk management is just handled for you. You don't have to think about it. That's when you start playing fast and loose with those rules that you start to end up in positions like that. It's much better just to set the fucking stop. And if you're wrong, you're wrong. If your option's down 20%, you probably fucked up. Diamond hands? Hmm. MQ not doing so hot at the 21.5 test. Ooh. Fun. Lower low? If the first test didn't drive any capitulation, this one sure as fuck would. Left an upside gap. Hmm. There's some bot puts coming in at 55. There's still calls at 50. But they're trimming. Hmm. 52.47 to the downside. Bostic is speaking? Is he even a fucking voting member? Gives a shit. Still left that fucking upside gap. 59.56. Which I don't like, but vol is rising on this. We'll pick up more if we slip 50. Thanks back at 18. Gaps up here. Do you always use stops? No, not always. You gonna get that fucking gap fill or what? Hmm. Gap filled. Hmm. Alright. Still a lot of bot puts here. Some bot calls, 60, 65 coming in. Not a ton of them, though. Still more calls being sold at 70. There's a trend that could break here to the downside. Given that the reversal is lower highs. Lower high here, too. Less support at 50 now. Hmm. Ball picking up. Still. IV bumps quite a bit on a 50 test. Hmm. A little bit higher high there. They're doing with the thing where they sell too many puts above VN. They're trying not to sell puts. Most of this is on bot calls, which is fine for driving upside price action. It's just not durable. Point in case. Bumped up again.
With a bull trap on the high test there. See if bears win. Yeah, they're selling puts at 50, 45, 40, like a lot of them. So they're pretty significantly compounding their downside risk here. Nah, MM wants those puts in the fucking money. For what it's worth, this is where we closed Friday. I know. I love it when bulls run away from their problems. Careful of the V, though, if it does fail. A lot more bot puts at 50 just came in. Bot puts at 55, too. Fifty-five and 65 bot calls. Bot puts at 60 and 55. Sold puts at 50, 40. Well, uptrend on MQ fails here at 21,481. I think ES does too at 72.50. Or at least the bear flag fails a second time.
Keep retesting its downtrend or lower trend again. See if we get a failure here. Ball's picking up. Nice. Hmm. Ball's still rising. Putting more pressure on the 50 strike. Hmm. Hmm.
Still moving up. Up again. Play the bull song. I don't want this to bounce. I want it to fail. $50 again.
I wonder if squeezing the sold puts at 59.50 means we also lose 59.40. Squeeze here. Hmm. 55 calls closing. We have fucking 30 minutes left. It makes sense for bulls to let this drop to like 40 and then just sell a shitload of puts and bounce it into close. $40 or $35, somewhere in there. Hmm. Fall's going up again. Testing 47. While still pushing up. Retest 47. VN should not be very supportive. There's some bot puts at 45. Some more down at 59.25. A few bot calls came in at 40 on the test. In the money. And I'm as long as puts at 50. It's gonna be a bit of resistance. Big data tomorrow? We have no fucking data all week.
to fucking be? $32. Huh. Well, it's under 50. That'd be interesting. Seems like a close below VN would be more likely, given that closes above it are exceedingly rare. Doing it 2 days in a row would be very weird. Yeah. What did you say about Friday about GM being above VN again? Oh, it makes it makes VN less of a hard cap on price action on the weekly.
shorting the ball very aggressively here. Some bot calls at 55. Bot calls at 40 on the bounce. These are staying open largely. But the supportive bot calls to the downside are mostly gone. The supports seem to be short puts. Charm's definitely still positive here, though. Not super positive. And it falls negative if we slip 45. As does Gamma and Delta. I'll have 40. Vana and Speed pick up to the downside under 50. There's a bigger ball short. What are they selling? Still just the 50 put. 5,000 puts sold at 50. 3,500 at 40. 3,500 at 30. Not enough volume to break out on the inverse head and shoulders. So it might fail, but there's not a lot of time left. So if it does fail and you have like out of the money pets and they print, be careful because they're not likely to print for very long. Prophesize the closing price. I think like 45 or 40 would be probably where the MM wants it. Maybe even 35. I don't think the ABAB wants to fucking lose all that money on those sold puts at 50. Inverse head and shoulders failing. Starting to. Needs to get needs to get back under 48.39, but it's not breaking up. That's for sure. At least not yet. Although the closer we get to close, the higher the risk. Vol's moving back up again after they just sold a bunch more puts. So those might get squeezed off pretty quickly, which could open up a bigger move down. Although the solution to that so far has been to just sell more puts. So, let's see. This is not exactly my favorite scenario. Trap. Ooh. Someone bought a shitload of puts at 40. Probably bought some clothes on those.
Yeah. That's a bull trap. $347 right now. So 13 minutes. Charm's still supportive here. You hard to sell off into it. The calls bought at 55. Shortcuts. Short calls at 60 could squeeze. If there's not too much profit taking here. That was fun. Mm-hmm. 9 minutes left.
55 and 50 calls might collapse a little. 8 minutes. Not a lot of time. But losing 55 could be kind of dramatic to the downside. Much in the same way. Hmm. Thanks, Squawk. No problem, man. I'm not sure if VN's going to move up overnight. I don't think there's a lot of puts being sold below spot. Or above. It's probably going to stay kind of flat. It's hard to tell off just the 0 DT, though. If they were selling anything further out, though, this would not look great. Ooh. Fancy. Still 5 minutes left. Guess the MM's gonna get fucked on those 5650 puts. Unless the calls at 55 take profit. Hmm. Careful, this could move down hard. The 55 goes out of the money. I think the charm flips. Seems to be where all the calls are bought on the chain right now. Five minutes left. I'm gonna buy some 55 puts and see what happens. Thanks again for helping the poors learn. You got it, McConaughey. Go to DM me your question from earlier. I didn't quite get that. Or at least what you were asking about the shorts on the BTC miners.
Hmm. Left a gap to the downside, 60. Two minutes. Ooh, interesting. That's a fun last minute move. Future side of that sold off pretty quick. Ding ding. Alright. Second day in a row that it's closed above VN. Moody's just downgraded Fannie Mae. Ooh, nice. Alright. So close. Well, a few dollars off the market maker's expected move to the upside for today. After testing the low, fortunately we didn't open below where bears could have had a slight advantage, and bulls took that opportunity to sell the spike in volatility pretty hard. I do think most of that vol shorting is in the near term, but for now, it offsets the damage done by the downgrade on Friday. Uh, futures closing, well, futures flat right now, but holding up above the 59.74 support. Might lose this with the Moody's downgrade. Came in after hours. We probably want to hear from one of the other ratings agencies right about now, though, and see if we're going to see debt downgrades from either Fitch or S&P. That would probably impact things a lot more than just Moody's. Yields pulled back today, surprisingly. But the gains in the dollar did subside into the end of the day. Dollar down 60 points, particularly against the euro and the pound. However, it did lose about 55 points of ground against USD JPY. Remember, Dixie is kind of euro heavy.
Commodities fell back today, although precious metals outperformed, and oil actually rose. Looks like some of the less significant sectors did not perform as well. Correlation today, and this is kind of weird, correlation didn't really move back to Friday's levels. So there's a breakdown in dispersion following the Friday close that has not recovered. Correlation on the 1 month up 17% today. And actually starting to turn back up into the end of the day. We're also getting past earnings season. Remember, there's only about like 8% of the S&P left reporting. Some that now Nvidia is part of that, don't forget, but that sorry, my allergies are killing me right now. If those don't go well, there could be some decline in dispersion, which means that the market maker will be dumping. Market makers will be dumping delta on the underlying positions on SPX, which could drive volatility down on equities, up on the indexes. We're not quite there yet, but it is kind of turning around a little right now. Leverage on the carry flat over the day, although intraday, quite a lot of leverage built up until about 9-10 a.m. this morning. It started falling back off again. Bond volatility fell back below 100. I don't think today's move does anything, but there is a bump up in 3-month correlation. Generally, bond volatility will follow suit with that after some time. Skew, Friday showed a little bit of out of the money demand for puts, but pretty sure that wasn't very significant. And correlation between VX and cash VIX fell pretty sharply today, about 3%. One of the, I would say, largest moves that we've seen in that correlation since, well, for quite some time, since back in like early April. This is likely just shorting the shit out of the overnight gains in volatility. Breadth, kind of picked up on Friday. I doubt it did very much today. Fed fund futures still priced at around 14.5 points by September. What did hold and kept up was the bear steepener, up 7.74%. Definitely a pullback from earlier today when it was up above 50, but still a move in the right direction for the bears on that. We did get a new high today. However, we've still failed to break over the March high, which is at 59.86. What's out on the monthly? It's not really that relevant, but here, the failure to test what is now a wider rising wedge, and failure to test the upside resistance. That's right. It's like right around that March high now. So we'll be looking for those two tests to the upside. Failure of 59.47 to the downside, significant. That level held as support throughout the back half of the day. And then below that, we'd be looking to like 58.78, 58.37 to the downside as key support levels to confirm any kind of reversal. I would expect that if we're going to see weakness due to the Moody's thing, we'll probably see it in the back half of this week, especially given the bears didn't reposition very strongly today. So it might be another day of like chop tomorrow, like rise and chop, with like maybe some distribution out into the back half of the day. And then Wednesday, like following the expiration, Wednesday, Thursday, we might start to see some volatility pick up as the near term gamma falls off and the market's a little bit more mobile. And I think that's about it. So thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Hope everybody has a great night. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. When